Yo, 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 good morning, good morning. Sorry for the slow start, just had to get my coffee ready. Okay, so new week, and we're gonna start with a new chapter in this game's development. And it's not gonna be tessellation. I think it's finally time to implement some creatures. One of the first issues I created in this project as well, which can be seen here, 2022. And now it's finally time. Hell yeah, Pukas. Gotta have that coffee. Tried to go without coffee for a while. A year or two back. It was okay. Life was definitely better with it than without it. Unfortunately. Yeah, 2022. That's when I started doing the design document for this game, I think. But okay, let's not ponder about the past. Let's fix this one real quick or clean it up. I'm thinking we're gonna have it like this. I think I'm pretty sure that this task is going to be the base creature task, and then we're gonna make separate issues for each different part of the creature. So we're gonna make a separate issue for this creature definition, and then we're gonna have some other stuff. We'll see. We will probably start slow today, and slowly but surely putting out the different building blocks. But I have a vague idea of how I want to design this. I think it's going to be very interesting to follow this, but we'll see. And also, so creature. I know that creature has lately been the go-to word for games like this, like Pokemons are referred to as creatures, Palworld, and so on and so on. But I still think monsters is a better word. Pocket monsters. Let's go with creatures for now. So let's move this one from to do to in progress. Derek, stoked to see the first creature when that comes. Yeah, like my goal is to actually have it ready this week. Because spoilers, it's going to be extremely simple. It's going to be I've had this stone monster in mind for quite some time. It's basically just going to look like a stone, but with some pretty eyes. And it's not going to be able to move, it's not going to be able to eat. It's pretty much just going to have an age attribute. I guess it's going to have some preference how it feels, like mood. But the mood is not going to be based on if it's full or hydrated, but instead of if it's wet or dry, pretty much. We'll see. Interesting times ahead. We're going to start this one today. And this one, I don't even know if I can set an end date to this one. But if I would, this is going to be the first iteration of the creatures as well. Would it be too... optimistic to set it as 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. 4 weeks for iteration 1 of creatures. We don't really know. I haven't really defined what that entails just yet, but we can start with it. Okay. And I'm gonna start by creating this one. So much like we have attribute attribute definition, which is a scriptable object with unique ID. We're gonna have a creature definition, and this is just gonna be the base definition of a creature. It's gonna hold references to the creature, probably mesh, sprite, everything related to creatures, like what attributes they should have, and yeah, this is gonna be, it's gonna be crazy, because I'm thinking, like, I have a vague idea. I like the idea of having a start seed. When you start playing the game, you get a seed that affects a lot of things in the game. So I don't think we're gonna go as deep as every playthrough is entirely unique. But I want the creature attributes to differ a little between playthroughs, I think. So the creature definition is gonna, for instance, define min-max attribute value based on seed, min-max attribute based on spawn time, and it's gonna be a lot of numbers, a lot of variables. But we'll see. Derek, if it's left wet long enough and it is in grass, it should change into a mossy rock, kind of like in Viva Pinata, how you could different forms of or colors. Hell yeah, fuck. Oh, we can go, like, when we have a great foundation in this game, we can go so crazy with the ideas, and I definitely like this one. These type of small hidden mysteries, you know, how the hell do I get a mossy rock? And then maybe you can find a hidden book somewhere in a library, I don't know, and you can read about someone, or you can overhear some NPC talking about leaving their stone monster out in the grass. Hell yeah. Let me just write that one down, Derek. But maybe it's time to, soon at least, have some sort of feedback idea channel on Discord related to the game. Okay, I'm just going to create a new task for this one, specifically for this one. Create and implement creature definition. Puka's cool idea. You're going through the wall and stumble into a rock. You dig it up, and then Stone Golem just gets up from the ground. That would be insane. So I'm thinking like this. I remember when I played Viva Pinata for the first time, and you began in your garden, and your garden was this plot of land that nobody had done anything with in years. It was empty and nothing grows there and stuff like that. And I remember I liked that idea. Like, the first thing you do in Viva Pinata is clean up your plot of land and make it habitable, or growable. And I'm thinking about doing something similar, but I'm thinking of having it as a, what is the word? Like a landfill. Like a abandoned landfill. So the plot of land is basically going to be a big pile of rubbish. It's mostly going to be like dirt and mud, but also some tires and stuff like that. But the first task for the player is to like remove all the remove all of the garbage and trash and terraform down the pile of mud and stuff like that. And while the player is doing that, he or she might find these small stone monsters. And maybe, who knows, if maybe in very rare scenarios they also find a big stone golem. We'll see. Okay. Milestone, yeah. The Derrick Rock lobster, what are we talking about? Okay, we're gonna have it like this. Okay, so this is the first task. Pretty straightforward. Maybe. Fuck, a Family Guy reference. I should have gotten it. It depends on... Yeah, it's an early episode as well, isn't it? Fucking hell, I should have gotten that one. A scriptable object that finds the I reckon this one will take. We'll iterate this one as well. Okay. Implement details. Fuck. This one we just visited, no, okay. Honestly, let's keep it simple. I just want to write I want to have a simple flow chart here that visualizes my initial thought of how I want the creatures to work, the AI. It's not going to be over the top detailed right now, but let's see here. Let's take this one and do something like this. So currently what we have is we have attributes and we have actions. So we have these two implemented for the creatures to utilize, but only these two alone doesn't really do anything. We need drives or needs. Is needs the best word for it? What is this Pavlov's pyramid of needs or whatever it's called? Of needs. Okay, needs. Needs might be the correct term. So it's pretty much like attributes. Or needs gets created from attributes. And needs makes the creature do actions, right? like this is the initial idea I have, at least, for the very, very basic, the foundation of the creature AI. And say pretty much all attributes, they always have a normalized value. So a value between 0 and 1. So one could think that every creature has separate needs, and one need can be needs to have saturation above 0.5. If it goes below 0.5, then it's not urgent, but could we call it priority? Yeah, priority probably. Or let's see, urgent. Priority, maybe. So need priority. I wonder how I want to define, but like, does this make sense? So if saturation is below 0.5, it activates a need for substance, but it's still priority low. It's not that bad. But then you have 0.4, maybe move up the priority, and so on and so on. And then each frame or each iteration in the creature brain, we're going to look at what are our current needs and do action depending on those. So we sort the needs maybe on priority. But then also I wonder if like needs should depend on each other. It feels weird if the creature is very, very bored, but also very, very hungry, and if those two needs have the same priority, we should definitely take the eat action, or that the need of food should be a priority, right? I wonder if we want to solve that issue by priority alone, or if we want to solve it by setting like this need should never be fulfilled before this need. Hey, what's up, All Nate? Hello, how are you? I'm good. Excited. Just started a new big task this Monday. How about you? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. But when I look at it like this, it's simple as hell, isn't it? So each creature basically just consists of 3 big building blocks. Attributes, which depends on needs, and actions, which depends, or needs that depends on attributes, and actions that depends on needs. Needs All night I'm all right. That's better than bad, at least. I have procrastinating my work like crazy and I have a lot to do for my game. Oh fuck, been there many times. Feels like I'm there every day pretty much, and it fucking sucks. Fuck procrastination. I hate it. Short time enjoyment for long time depression. Just sit your ass down, man, and work. All night it sucks so bad, yes, indeed. Fuck my, like... I'm not like I don't have that many dependencies, I would say, but fuck, surfing, mindlessly scrolling, I'm hooked. It's a battle every day to not to not scroll, you know. Apogas, start from the hardest task and leave the fun part at the end. You will get the job done. I wonder if I usually want to have like a very easy and fun short task as my entry point, because starting is more often than not the hardest part, right? Just starting. Once you have started, put your mobile phone in the other room and just start, and then it's way easier to actually be productive. That's what I feel, at least. All night doom scrolling, yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, wow, wow. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is in the brain. I know that I enjoy it and I hate it at the same time. It's fucking weird. But all night, this is my first year in game development. Nice. Hope you have had a wonderful year so far, even though it gets tough sometimes. Apokas, oh yeah, it's easy to get overwhelmed by the information. 100%. I think people also underestimate how much stress and energy it actually takes to process all the information that quickly scrolls by your eyes while you're quote-unquote doom scrolling. It's just draining. Who could have thought that when my parents said that it's good to be bored when I was a kid, they were actually right? Blows my fucking mind. Implementation details, attributes, needs, action. We're actually gonna start with these three. I think these three building blocks as a starting point is wonderful. We already have attributes, although it's been a while since I actually looked into attributes, but I'm pretty sure we have somewhat of a working system there. I would like to build it or iterate it in the future to make it threadable, so to speak, because I want to like attribute, so pretty much everything concerning the creatures, or at least the mind of the creatures, I will try to offload it from the main thread. So I would like to have like a second thread just processing all the creatures and their thoughts, quote unquote thoughts, so we can leave the main thread free for actual player gameplay, so to speak. All night, I just gotta suck it up and start then. Yeah. Yup. I wish you good luck though. So implementation detail. The base or foundation of the creatures will be three systems. Attributes, needs, and actions. Attributes implemented describes the properties of an entity, and in this case a creature. A creature, for example, how old it is, how strong it is, or how old it is, how strong it is, and for example, or and, I don't know, or how happy it is. Needs, add issue reference, because we don't have this one just yet. Actually, game.creatures.definition. Are what drive the creature. These are defined by attributes and comparisons is what I want to say, but I don't think that's the correct term. Needs, add issue reference, are what drives the creature. These are defined by attributes and attribute. That's the word I'm looking for. Comparisons. Then smaller. These are defined by attributes and limits or something. Let's just leave it as limits, comparisons. And then we have actions. Actions. The actions are the actions, or the act. I don't want to use actions again here, but I guess that's the best word. For example, walk consume, and hold. Just a short little description. Okay, so I guess we are going to needs. Game creatures need. Maybe. Now I'm starting to think about, fuck, if we're gonna have NPCs later on, you know, your classical humanoid NPCs, don't we want those to be controlled by a similar system? But fuck that, I don't want to do any scope creeps now. I don't want to think about those things just yet. Now we're just gonna focus on the creatures, because in my aim is like in 1.0 we won't have any other NPCs. I think we will have one NPC, and that's more like a think Clippy in Word, old school Word. Just an NPC to a tutorial NPC, helper NPC. So we're gonna leave this as Creech now. Otherwise, it would be game.npc.definition. I don't know. We'll see. Allnate, what are you doing actually? Macro perspective, we're developing a creature collecting and management game. Micro perspective, we're implementing the creatures in this creature collecting and management game. Collecting might not be the best word. It's more like creature attraction and management game. Think Tamagotchi, Viva Pinata, Ciao Garden. And do we want to go game.creatures.needs.need? Maybe. I'm gonna add a task that is create and implement game.creatures.need. Think. No, Nate, I see. I've been seeing your progress over the past few months, but I still had no idea what the game was about. Now you do. I also have a short video on my YouTube channel where I go through in a little bit more detail what the game is about. So I recommend watching that one. But of course, I recommend watching it. I made it. We already have actions, we already have attributes. Need is going to be... Yeah, fucking hell. And then I wonder, yeah, we will probably define... Probably gonna have need definition, need instance, and need priority. All night I will give it a watch. Thank you, appreciate it. For someone who is new to game development, you are my reference point to how good I want to be in game dev. Oh, appreciate it. Aim higher. Jokes aside, I appreciate it. I'm thinking about renaming this one actually to needs. Because I think we want it like create I do like this instance. I don't know if we want to call it need instance. Need definition. Just having it like this, yeah, it's a little bit too vague. But that makes me wonder if we want to have this as creature definition. Maybe. I will try with something like this. All Nate, I like your style and creativity. It's inspiring. Hopefully I can get to your level sometime soon. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. If you stop procrastinating, you will. All Night you will get to a higher level and then automatically I can aim higher. That's true. That's true. I'm gonna do my best at least. Fuck, I'm still always... Yeah, we're gonna keep it like this. Creatures, creature definition. Anyway, game creatures needs, and in needs we have need definition, need instance, and need priority. This is just pretty much gonna be an enum, I think. We'll see. And then, of course, we need one component. All Nate, how long have you been developing games? I think since 2016. Now when I think I started 2015 maybe. What makes me a little bit sad to think about. Time moves so extremely fast these days. It feels like. Depressing. Okay, but we're gonna start with these three as the basics. So this one pretty much defines. And this one is outside of these three. Maybe we should... If we do a square around these and we like creature brain, creature handler, nah. Creature controller, no. What do we have? Entities. We already have these. Yeah, we're probably gonna replace this. Oh, Nate, I still got a long way to go. You can probably get to my level quicker than 10 years, though. Do I just want to call it creature instance, maybe? Or just creature, actually. Yeah, let's just go with creature. And that's this one. Why? Okay. Okay, now we can finally start. Let's start with this one. We're gonna be real basic in the beginning. Let's open up what we started. I don't know how long ago this one is. Creature definition, scriptable object. Start by adding a nice namespace. I don't want this as just a scriptable object. We want it as a scriptable object with unique ID. So just like attribute definition, we want to have it scriptable object with unique ID. ID string. Yeah, we're probably going to have an ID string as well. Allnate, do you figure out all your scripts and what they're going to do before you even create them? No. I have a little bit of more of a organic approach. Sometimes I have tried to, like, you know, sit down and try to plan everything out in the minuscule detail there is, but that seldom works out for me, I've noticed. So I like to have more of an iterative approach, where we loosely define the structure and architecture of stuff and what different parts should and should not do. And then we iterate once, and then we iterate once again. I guess you could compare it to someone making a like marble statue. Is that a weird comparison? Maybe. Creature definition, scriptable object with unique ID. We're gonna have general alias. Did I just do these as public? I'm pretty sure we're gonna... Hey, what's up, Clark King? I would say it's impossible to figure all script from the start, to create scripts and refactor as the game evolves. Yes. In fact, that makes me feel much, much better. Iterations is the best. Because if you create a game design document, it becomes living, breathing document. Indeed, it does. Yeah. Having guidelines help to advance forward. 100%. Allnate, I just said that I guess my approach to game dev is much like a artist would use when he or she is sculpting a marble structure, or, you know, what is the word? Hacking away at it in iterations. First they have a very vague, not so detailed version, and then they work on it once more, it's a little bit more detailed, and then once more, and so on. Allnate, for me, it's kind of hard right now. Tutorials have been my best friend. Honestly, watch out for tutorial hell. I think we talked about it like last week or something like that. It's very easy to end up at a point where all you can do is watch tutorial and implement whatever they are doing in the tutorial. You're gonna have to break free eventually. And when we talked about it last time, I think like my approach to breaking free from it is to decide what I want to build. And then when I need help in building that, or I need pointers, I search for it, but extremely generally, if that makes sense. Visuals, I don't even know. Maybe we're gonna start easy here. Yeah. It depends on how much we want to differentiate between them. But for now here, I'm probably just gonna do a public creature. Yeah, we're gonna wait with this. I'm not so sure we want to make this one a behavior either, but we'll see. Maybe. And then we have attribute generator. I don't think, do we have this one actually? No, I don't think so. We're gonna get to this one soon. To do state attribute generators. State, what the hell? Add creature needs. The actions we actually get from this prefab, I guess. Or do we want to, do we want to define, the actions here as well? Maybe we don't want to define a prefab at all. I will get to that eventually. Yeah, getting back to tutorials over and over is relatable as well. You pretty much just have to force yourself to create something yourself without following a tutorial, relying more on the documentation like Apuka says. Like, I mean, it's always good to do 1 or 2 tutorials related to something before you try your own wings, but Clark King, for me, when I don't know how to tackle the problem, I try to break it into smaller pieces until I can figure a route or the steps to reach my goal. If I can add 100%, that's a great way to think about it. But I mean, sometimes like breaking a big problem into multiple smaller ones, that is something you have to learn as well, I reckon. That's a great approach. Sorry, 1 sec. I'm just gonna pour myself a new cup of coffee. All night, so I gotta force myself out of tutorial hell. Unfortunately, yes. At some point, we all need to. Okay, so previously we did something like this, and I guess this is not too far off, but we're gonna wait with this one. I want to do creature definition first. Maybe we can leave it as this for now. Like, what I'm thinking here is like when we set up the creatures, very similar to the player character. Yeah, we don't have create just yet. Like when we set it up, every creature is gonna have a lot of stuff, like much like our character has. Let's see. So we have a grip point, for instance. We're gonna have a lot of functionality like this that we need to set up. So I mean, maybe it's probably best to have a prefab. Creature definition. What should own what? If we have creature here, could we, if we just add, maybe if we add a creature definition in there, then we have display name. We don't have creature prefab. Maybe that's what we want to do. But then, do we really need to have this as a scriptable object if we do? All Nate, how do I find code to other games? Honestly, there exists a lot on GitHub. I just had to mention, I think Valve put up like Team Fortress very recently, which is sick. I think that there exists some game jams as well where you have, I think GitHub does a game jam every year in December or something like that, where every entry needs to have its game up on GitHub. I don't know how good quality code you get from from looking through a game jam entry, but I mean, it's interesting. Do I want to have this as a scriptable object or not? Like, what I'm wondering here is, Clark King, Quake, and Doom are great resources also. Oh, that's true. Which one is it? Is it Quake that has, or is it Doom? A lot of funny small comments throughout the code. Not throughout, but like, I'm wondering if we should remove this as a scriptable object. I don't know if I see the reason to have. I don't know if I see the reason to have it as a scriptable object. Clark King, if you're brave enough, you could search for the GTA leaks. I'm sure they're still out there in the wild. I wouldn't recommend that, but I would love to see it. Oops, not serialized field. I'm thinking of just having it like this, and creature. No, private. And then we define it like this. So And also, fuck, do we want to make creature a subclass of animate entity? Hmm. Nah, not yet. We're gonna wait a little bit. I'm still wondering if... Okay, this one we're gonna have as mono behavior. I'm thinking... I think I want to have creature brain or something like that. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Yo, what's up, Ventrix? Creatures indeed. All Nate, so big games do not release the project in any way, shape, or form. It's only leaks. No, they do. Some of them do. Like Valve does. Let's have this one as a... Okay, let's start by doing it like this. But I'm thinking of eventually moving the brain away from here. And I want... Fuck, is it good to have animate entity? I think so. Get the action handler. Get is grounded, immobile. We get the attribute handler. We get the interactable list. Hell yeah. Protected, override. So the idea here is to instantiate the definition. So the definition is going, instantiating the definition is going to be generating a lot of attributes based on some setup. And we also have to make sure that we can save whatever we're generating and load whatever we're generating. And I don't want to go too far, but eventually we're also going to have, so like when we instantiate a new creature, when a new creature comes to the garden for the first time, it appears on the outskirts of the garden, then we can just use a random seed value, probably, to generate all the attributes for that creature. But if a creature gets spawned, if we create a new creature that is the result of two other creatures, then we're gonna have to base the spawns, like the seed or the instantiation of the attributes given the definition, on the parents as well. Right. I just have to keep that in mind. But I'm wondering, I'm probably gonna limit myself here. We're not gonna think too much about stuff like this. We want to have a first iteration here, and we just want to include spawning new creatures. So we're just gonna use a random seed, I think. Vintrix, I saw a video where somebody was generating creature in his game with Ray marching. It looks really funny. Feel free to share it. Sounds pretty interesting. Oh fuck, now when I remember, you probably can't link in my YouTube chat. Maybe YouTube links are okay. I don't know. Do it on Discord, otherwise. Yeah, it's just if you find it. It sounds pretty interesting. But let's see here. So the idea is, in creature definition, we so we pretty much have, so attribute, for instance, we maybe have a attribute definition. Yeah, these are global bounds. Don't we have any attribute generators? Okay, but let's say, for instance, that we have strength attribute. It can be between 0 and 1 inclusive. Here we want to be able to state, so this creature can have range for this creature can be 0.5 to 0.8. Creature specific bounds. So pretty much what I mean here is that like a creature of this type can only have, or at minimum it can have 0.5 strength, at maximum 0.8. But that's as a base stat. Then I wonder if we're gonna have like potions or something, I don't know, that might improve it a tiny bit or decrease it a bit. But like these are the like creature specific limits. And also, so when we spawn a creature, strength for creature instance can be 0.6 plus minus something like that, maybe. So let's say that these are the bounds for the creature of this type. So we instantiate it, it ends up with 0.6. So this creature has 0.6. What I mean by this is if the creature is not feeling well, hasn't eaten in a while, hasn't slept, and so on, then we will have, then the strength will decrease, but only temporarily. Does that make sense? So at worst, this creature can have 0.55 to 0.65 creature instance specific bounds. Clark King, will you make the creature composable to be able to attach, for example, many legs, a brain, multiple eyes? You mean like the, so that the player itself can build them? I don't think so. That's not the idea. Or like, I want to have some type of player-driven creature variation, if you know what I mean. But I don't think we're going to go as far as that. We're probably going to have like a creature can be these different colors or something like that. And if two creatures breed, the child will get a new color based on the parent's color, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the game will definitely give you the flexibility to create many variations. It's not gonna be extremely crazy. It's not gonna be like Spawn or Spore, I mean, or something of that sort. It's just gonna be minor variations. The size of some horns, size of the eyes, maybe. So small size variation and color variations. And you get them by breeding, pretty much. That's the idea, at least. Then I never know where where it takes us. Vintrix, I think this is it. Sorry, but I'm gonna have to change that. Like, I'm gonna make it so that we can post some links in the YouTube chat, but I don't think you can do it right now. So post it in Discord if you can, or send it to me on Discord and I can post it in the YouTube chat, or write the search term in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, this is like on my YouTube stream, in my YouTube chat, I have like the default options, what is allowed and not allowed. I haven't been bothered to change them just yet. Clark King, I hope that answered your question. Feel free to ask more if you want more of an explanation. All Nate, I'm gonna stop procrastinating. Hell yeah, man, do it. I wish you good luck. So when it comes to the attributes, attributes have global bounds. For most attributes, it's going to be between 0 and 1. Creatures have creature-specific bounds, as I said. So creatures of this type can only have an attribute value between these bounds. And then when we spawn the creature, we take those bounds, and given a seed, we calculate the value. And then you have this as well, right? So the attribute value depends on the mood of the creature. And then I'm thinking of having like base creature specific bounds on new game seed. So this is what I'm wondering. So when you play the game the first time, maybe your blobs or whatever are extremely strong. Maybe they have strength value between 0.7 and 0.95. But the next time you play it, maybe your blobs are less strong and more agile. I don't know. All Nate, I'm gonna go do my work. Good luck, and thank you, Robin, and everyone else. I appreciate all the advice you gave me. You're welcome. Feel free to drop by anytime. And once again, good luck. So what I'm trying to convey here is that an attribute for a specific creature is going to go through a lot of steps before the actual value is decided. So in creature definition here, attribute generators, we want to have attribute generators that refer to an attribute definition, define a specific bound for the creature. We're going to wait with this one. I appreciate the link. Let's see. Wow, it looks pretty damn good. Pretty damn cool. So it's this link, right? All night, I will be popping up quite frequently. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Okay, so maybe it's actually time to do... I thought we had attribute generators, but it definitely looks like we don't. We have attribute definition, attribute functions, and attribute instances, but we don't have any attribute generators. We're gonna wait with new game seed. I'm gonna put it down as a note, a idea. Yeah, I wonder what happened. Let's take a look. Mm-hmm. Attribute instance generator. Vintrix wish my Git hub was organized like that. If you're referring to mine, I don't know. Like, I try to keep it organized and good, but sometimes you get something like this. You jump into an issue that is started a long time ago, worked on a long time ago, and like half finished. But yeah, we'll see. I think attribute modifiers, attribute instance, and attribute attribute definition is what this one is. They are all finished. We just need to do attribute instance generator. So the basic idea is that the basic idea is pretty much attribute definition plus rule set gives us an attribute instance. should work like. So my question then is, do we just make it into a struct, or we're pretty much just going to use it once, then we're going to throw it away? Right. Or not entirely true, I reckon. Creature definition. Let's do it as a class initially. Attribute handler. Attribute generator. And we don't have any namespaces here just yet. We're gonna fix it soon though. Stream. Attribute generator. It's going to have. It's gonna be serializable, and then we're gonna have. I think we can just go with entirely private. We don't need these on the outside. So we're going to have private attribute definition. Okay. Okay. $100. Do we do this as percentage? Yeah, maybe we did. Paste, bitter, 0.10. It's pretty arbitrary. Okay, so right now we just have these global bounds. How do I want to define these? I'm wondering, like, when we define in the attribute generator, when we set it up and we add the bounds for the creature, for instance, weight, we probably don't want to enter it. A weight we do not enter, we get that from rigid body, that's true. But if we do... we don't have strength and such here. But let's take the example with weight, for instance. So weight, the global bounds here are 0 and 10,000. When we define the local bounds for a creature, so a creature can only weigh between X or between A and B, do we want to define A and B in normalized, so between 0 and 1? I don't think so. I think we want to define it as actual weight. But then in the generator, we will probably have to check against these global bounds anyway. But pretty much most of the attributes, I don't know why 10 here, it's extremely random. Like 1 should probably be better. It's extremely arbitrary with 10. Age, when we have unit seconds, yeah, this one is consumption speed centimeter squared per second. So it's like this, for a lot of attributes, we're just gonna have 0 and 1. I guess we're gonna have them for the units where we don't really have a specific unit. But for everything should have a unit. Okay, we're gonna have specific bounds, so I guess and then I wonder if we also want to have wonder if we want to use animation curves for this. So if we have, let's say that this creature can have between 0.5 and 0.8 in an attribute. We probably want to make it so this is a normalized distribution. So if we have these limits, very few will have 0.5 and a lot will have very few will have 0.8. Most of them will be somewhere between 0.65 or whatever that is. Do we so my question now is, in these attribute generators, do we want to have a normal distribution for all attributes, or will there exist attributes for where we want a different kind of distribution? And does it exist something in Unity that has a normal distribution? Or like we can get a normal distribution? Maybe we can do it with the curve right now, but I think that's a little bit over the top. Also found this one, which I'm very interested in. Maybe we should take this and implement it. I think we're pretty much going to use this normal distribution for... I'm trying to think of a scenario where we would like to generate attribute instance from bounds and we don't want it to distribute like this. And also when we generate this one, I want to... It's weird to make it depend on a seed. Okay, ready to use implementation. We send in a min value and a max value. UVS do while. Fuck. Do we really... Do while. I had no idea you need to iterate it like this. I mean, when I think about doing this with just an animation curve instead, yeah, it's not going to be a perfect normal distribution unless I sit here for a very long while tinkering. But this is more like a transformation. We just generate a random number between 0 and 1 and then we transform it. But I guess, yeah, maybe it probably isn't a mathematically normal distribution. Mathematically correct normal distribution. And Clara King, you could replace the while for a for to make it more deterministic. This definitely scares me for... this definitely scares me a bit. Could we get a function that goes on forever, even though it's extremely unlikely? The s bigger or equal to 1, u times u plus v times v. Here we set u and v to be equal to u1, u2, and u1. We set them here. Random divided by rand max. Could this one go on forever? Clarking, that's why I suggest a 4, because in theory it could be looped forever, or take a long time if the range is larger, maybe. Yeah. Fucking hell. Like, worst case scenario. The game freezes because it never successfully generates a random number, and random normal distributed number, because it's stuck in a do while loop. Yeah, so do it as a 4. We let it generate like 4 or 5 times. If it doesn't succeed, we just put it as something. But still, like, this feels... So I just want to show what I mean with the animation curve distribution here. Where can I put this one? Temporary. We can put it in playable entity. Public animation test. Here we have the test. Couldn't we... So we do a random number, and then we transform it using this curve. So if we get a random number 0.2, that's transformed to a value of 0.6. So 0.2 and 0.8 transforms to values between 0.6 and 1. So this is not normal distribution, but like, couldn't we create some sort of transform like this that just transforms a random number to be in a normal distribution? So it's pretty much transform. The further away we are from the mean, which is 0.5, if we have 0 and 1, the more we transform it towards 0.5. But yeah. Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but yeah, okay. I'm thinking about. Let's take this solution then. But we can make it a little bit more, or end it. But I'm also wondering. Can't we send in a Unity Engine random value? Beautiful. We want to send in with a seed and stuff like that. Let's see, Unity Engine random. Just Unity random with seed. Okay. Um, this let's see. I think I know I like the C# random class better. It's less global, isn't it? Yeah, new random. Use system supplied value. We should be able to do and here we can send in a seed value. So we can use, because this one feels extremely, this one is global, right? So if I want to have one seed for my new game, and then I want some other seeds based on something else, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we want to go with this one, and then we do next. Okay. Attribute generate. Okay, first of all, we're gonna have to extend our math. Where do we have it? MISC extensions, math extension, positive mod. Okay, let's do a one. Okay, we want to jump out of this one after, I don't know, 5 iterations or something like that. S bigger or equal to 1.0. How often does it become bigger than 1.0? This one could be okay, so if worst case scenario, this one is 1 and this one is 1, we get 2 minus 1, so we get 1 and 1. So we get, yeah. Okay, so it only happens if both this one and this one is 1, right? Ah, never mind. Then we can have 0 and 0, so we get -1, -1. I'm just wondering if that happens, what value do we want to put it as? Give it a try. Yes, yes, yes. I'm just gonna leave this one as is for now, and then I want to send in as well. I want to send in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna send in a system random. Yeah, we can't do that. Let's put it like this. Or you know what? Yeah. Next. Ooh. One sec. Then we compare with Unity engine random next. Or just value, okay. In terms of random float, yeah, we would like to have a random float. Okay, next single. Greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1.0. Range is inclusive. Fuck, this one is so good. I also want to have inclusive range. Hmm. Ah. Annoying. Okay, so what is our next step here? We could... Hmm. How would we go about making it inclusive? Can we do it? Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, should we do this instead? Oh. Hmm. Okay, beautiful. I think... Okay, we're gonna do random seed. We're gonna use the Unity random method because I want inclusive 0, 1, of course. And we're gonna give it a seed, and then we're just gonna revert to the state previously. Although random is... I wonder if this will bite me in the ass eventually, but this one is thread safe. I don't think we can say the same about this. Yo, what's up, Marcus Jensen? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. Decisions, but I think we're gonna do this then. Why did it have to be... It was an int that was the seed, right, for the Unity one, or yeah. So what we want to do here then is Unity engine random.state state. And then we do Unity engine dot random dot set, or init state seed. Min value 0 and 1. And that's okay. And then we do float. Let's rename this one to make it a little bit clearer. Pre-state. And then return value. This makes sense, right? Maurice Jensen, you finished my website, so I'm happy. Nice, congratulations. Yeah, I had a good one. Not as productive, but it was great. So random Gaussian, we can send in a seed and min value and max value. If we send in a seed, if we don't send in a seed, we just do Unity engine.random.value, which is a value between 0 and 1 inclusive. Actually, I want to... Do I want to add a reference here? I mean, I think this works. We just store the current state, then we change the seed, and then we start randomizing values. And then when it's done, we set the state to what it was previously. So we're not going to do distribution like this. We're just going to let all attributes be generated on a random distribution by local bounds. When we generate these values, we just want to make sure that these local bounds, which makes me attribute definition, I want to change these to global bounds, I think. Anyway, attribute generator definition and bounds. Anything else? I think we can start with something simple like this. Attribute instance generate. So then we can do float value is equal to math extensions. Random Gaussian. We're not going to use the seed just yet. Bounds.min, bounds.max. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's not bounds I want to use here. Did I use range, but we call it bounds. There we go, range. So we get a value, normal distribution between bounds, min, and max. Beautiful. We want to compare these bounds first, however, to... I wonder if we want to do it like this. This is going to look weird, but I think I want to do this. Float min is equal to math f min max between bounds.min and definition dot bounds dot min. So let's see, the minimum, the local minimum can never be less than the global minimum. So let's say that we have, I'm just going to give an example that doesn't make any sense whatsoever here. But strength, for instance, let's say that its minimum global value is 0.2. And then we have this attribute generator which tries to generate strength values below 0.2, so 0.1, which means that this one is 0.1, this one is 0.2. So we're going to get this one right. And if this one is bigger than this min, then we're going to get this one, so that's okay. Although in this check here, we don't check if min and max are correct. Maybe we should check. We're just assuming that this one is correctly set up. I'm going to continue with that assumption. So here we get the value, and then we want to do attribute instance. We send in an attribute definition and a start value. And then we have the bounds here. Value is equal to start value. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, right now... What the fuck is this? Yeah, okay, right now these are the same, that's okay. Yeah, we don't have local bounds here yet. I need to get the terminology correct when it comes to these ones, because so attributes, they have a global bound that is like game wide. What is the minimum value this attribute can have and the maximum value this attribute can have. Think of it as min and max for an 8-bit int. Like it's the hard limits for this attribute. Then we have local bounds for attribute generation. So that's when we generate a new attribute instance. That's our local bounds for generating it. So the generated attribute will be between these limits. And then finally, we have an attribute instance bounds. And that's so we generate the value for this attribute instance, maybe 0.5, but then certain conditions might make it a little bit lower or a little bit higher. So I guess we have a global bounds, generator bounds, and instance bounds. And I think that's it. And then if we do a new game seed, we're gonna have a new like seed bounds as well, or something like that. Okay, but for now it's okay if attribute the instance so we want to send in the attribute definition, and these bounds here we want to send in them eventually, but for now, and then we have a value start value. So for now, it's basically going to look like new attribute instance definition and value. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I think it's creatures, this one right here. We don't do it like this anymore. This one, I have no idea what I did with this one. We're gonna add properties. I don't know if that's the best word, but attribute definition, we're gonna have strength. One sec, I'm gonna double check. Strength, speed, strength, agility. I don't know. Like, I love the classical RPG attributes you have: strength, agility, intelligence, spirit. I fucking love those. Just mentioning them makes me happy pretty much. It's so ingrained. But they are also pretty nonsensical, I guess. Like, what is strength? Is it lifting power? And what is agility? Is it But it also simplifies it a lot for the player. I mean, instead of having a creature which has a lifting power and a carry power and stuff like that, we just put it under the umbrella, the attribute that is strength. But what the hell is a unit in strength? I don't know. But we're gonna add some temporary like this, and we're gonna keep them to 0 and 1. So strength. I'm gonna have to decide how I want to do this. Agility. What is it? Paste all caps. Windows. Shift F3. Maybe. Maybe not. Endurance. I don't know. Strength, agility, intelligence. We can start with these 3. I just want to have them. I want to have some properties to play around with when we start generating creatures. So I can see that we're getting some sort of values and stuff like that. Because we're gonna have to make sure that we differentiate between attributes that are obvious and attributes that are not obvious. So for instance, weight, I mean, okay, let's say size instead. So maybe we will have an attribute that is size, which is meters squared. So it's pretty easy to see this attribute. And it's actually tied to how big the model is. Weight, yeah, we can have small creatures weighing a lot. Big creatures weighing nothing. But I'm trying to think attributes that are easy to translate to a in-game property. Does that make sense? Clarking, will creatures attack the player or fight between them? Let's see how I should put this. Like, the main purpose of the game is not fighting between creatures, so not like Pokemon or the like. They're going to compete, but they're not going to fight. But with that being said, there will exist creatures that has a preference for other creatures. So there will exist creatures that eat other creatures to survive. So you will definitely see that. So if you get a lot of creature X in your garden, that will attract a lot of creature Y, which eats creature X. And then you're going to have to make a decision. What do you want to do in that situation? As for attacking the player, I haven't thought about it. So probably the player won't have health. So the player will never be able to die, but certainly get knocked out or something like that. Yeah, the creatures will be able to attack the player 100%. Like, I wonder, like, for instance, if a creature is extremely unhappy and the player does something to the creature, how would one translate that to our three? So these, the triangle of creature brain. Is that just, we have an attribute that is saturation, we have an attribute that is happiness, that depends on other attributes. If happiness is, it has a need that is, happiness needs to be above 0.2, otherwise action, attack or slap or whatever will be called. Something like that, maybe. It's a good question. Creatures attacking other creatures, definitely. Mostly because they want to eat, you know. They might fight over food they both want and stuff like that. Creatures attacking the player, though, that's a little bit more fitty-fitty. But I'm thinking yes. Okay, so we have this attribute generator now. Creature definition. So we're gonna add I'm still wondering if it's stupid to not have this one as a scriptable object. We're gonna have creature prefabs. It feels better to just have this one on the prefab. I don't really see the gain of... But what the hell happens to creature definitions if... Yeah. What happens with creature definition if we instantiate a prefab that has a creature definition? We probably get a lot of these instances. We definitely want to avoid that. Scriptable object with unique ID. Attribute generators. Creature. Okay, let's see how this would look here then. So yes, we will have a creature data here. Collections. Creatures. And then what do I have a name for this one? Oh, I think I do. So creatures. Cube. That's our first creature, and we're gonna make it. I want to use a default material here. Prototype. Cell shade. 100. The fuck? Oh, vertex displacement. 100% no, we don't want that one. Just normal. It's a little bit too dark. 150. I wonder, why did I... Let's just call it creature. I need to do an iteration of my full project, just getting... updating the names and stuff like that of things, so it's I hate when it's different all over the place. Need to apply some type of style guide, but let's see. Creature, Steen, prefab. And that's the first creature right there. It's a little bit too big. Nice. Mesh renderer, mesh filter box collider, okay. And then what we want to add is we're gonna get a lot of components for this one, I think, or by adding this one. We want to add a creature here. We get an animator, which is empty currently. We get a rigid body. We get an attribute handler and a creature. And then we want to have this one move up. In fact, attribute handler should not be a mono behavior. And then I want to move this one up as well. Something like this. I wonder what we want to do if we don't have an animator. Wonder how fucked we are. Probably pretty fucked, I think. Not animate entity. So this one has animator here. base. Wait. Ah. Why? Host of an action. Only reason I could see for this one if action. Nah, host is animate entity. So there's no reason whatsoever to have this animator here. Why do we? I want to see what happens. That's stupid. Oh yeah. We want to make it public get private set. Yeah, I guess it depends. You probably could have a static object that you animate with an animator, but it's weird, you know? Like now when I think about it, entity. Nah, I guess animator for me implies that the object itself can control its motion. But we will see. I might regret removing it from entity, but currently it makes no sense to not have it. But anyway, even though we remove it, we still have this issue. And the problem is that, yeah, every animate entity, including creatures, will have an animator. Maybe they won't. Maybe we want to repackage this. I'm pretty sure all of them will have it. But we're not going to have it for a while for most of our creatures, so we need to solve the problem if this one would be null. Maybe in... yeah, I think we call this one pretty often. So here, set layer weight, set integer. We don't have a fail check, we just assume that animator exists. In all of these actions, host as well. But you probably want to have some check either way, but our Sten creature won't have an action hold, nor action jump, nor action lie, nor action sit. But animator is still a required component, so It's probably going to have idle functions and stuff like that. We'll see. Do we get an error if we start it like this? Oh, yeah, I removed that one. Apukas, does anyone else get this weird feeling when you start to do some system and then you're trying to figure the bug glitch that is not supposed to happen? Spend more than one day and you feel that you did not do much progress. Fuck, I feel that almost every day. I think I felt it the worst when we were doing... For a long while we were doing some custom tessellation stuff on stream here. And then I think we went a full week, or I went a full week, probably around 15, 16 hours without any progress. No, sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, sometimes you have good weeks, sometimes you have bad weeks. The feeling sucks, but yeah, it happens. Okay, we have a little creature here. Sten. It doesn't really do much. Fuck, even though it's just a cube with some cell shading, it feels great seeing a creature finally in this game. Would like to be able to inspect it. We're gonna get to it soon. Creature Sten. Delay collider assignments, no. Renderers, we're gonna find them. Use origin, yes. Interactable list, action handler. And then I want a ground check related. Ground check relative offset. Ground sphere radius. 0.35, I think. Ooh, we draw it. Beautiful. 0.1. 0.35 times 0.5. Is that... It might be a bit too small. And ground sphere radius, we're gonna fix this one as well. Because for this one, checking the ground for this one will probably be to just check the full collider against the ground. Probably want to keep this one in body eventually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that every animate entity will also have a body definition. I think we're gonna add that now. Animate entity. Didn't we get this one here? I'm gonna wait with that one. Let's see, creature, interactable list. I want to be able to inspect it so we can see if the generation, the attribute generation happens. So we need to be able to focus it, and we need to be able to inspect it. And I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Action handler, we're gonna make it empty for now, so no actions for this one. Probably gonna weigh a bit more than 1. We can probably go with 10. So it should be focusable in and inspectable. And then we have a definition here. We don't do anything with the definition just yet. That's okay. We get a little bit of an error here. Attribute handler. Creature stain, 60 new attributes. It's... Oh, yeah. Attribute user, attribute instances. We do this in start. But we need to fix this, so we get components. Yeah, we definitely need. Yeah. Ooh, have I added this one as a task yet? I don't know. Now we're gonna have to do that. Okay, so we don't get any attributes here just yet. Attribute handler start, attribute users. Get the information, get attributes, add attribute. Yeah, we're gonna push some attributes on this one now. Entity. Dynamic entity attribute handler private set public get. Okay, beautiful. Creature base awake, and then we're gonna do for each attribute generator in definition attribute generators base.attribute handler.add attribute attribute generator.generate. One sec, just gonna pour a new cup of coffee. Okay, back. I wonder if this will probably not solve our initial issue. Let's see where we had that one. I think we can just add a simple null check. Okay. That makes me wonder here, do we want to have the creature... maybe we want to have the creature definition here. Oh, yeah. And this one is stupid in this case. And then attributes. So some attributes are definitely tied to actions. Age feels like that's something we want to wait as well. Yeah, let's try weight. If we generate a weight, we want to change the rigid body. That's true. Didn't think about it. So certain attributes are gonna have certain, like we need to reference. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that. So yeah, when we define a creature like this, and we have the creature has some actions, right? It has carry action. But the amount it can carry, yeah, we can define it in the action. But when we generate a new creature, we want to vary this value a bit. So maybe we don't want to define it in the action. But it feels extremely nice to define it in the action itself. So think when we do move as an action, to be able to define the move speed within that action component or action class, instead of having it defined in some other component. Okay, I'm gonna put that down. Definitely need to think about that one. Define attributes in action or centralized. Okay, but this is just some testing. We need to attribute generate. We need to serialize some stuff here. Fucking hell, we could probably have attribute generators. We could have action generators here. I don't know. But okay, let's see here. Let's just do agility, bounce 0.2, 0.8, agility, strength 0.6, 1.0. We can try this one as well. So these globals are, and let's try it with intelligence. The global values for intelligence, strength, and agility, or the global bounds, are 0 and 1. So if we do -1 and 10 here, we should still not be able to generate something that is less than 0 or bigger than 1. And we take our prefab and we add our creature definition here. And see where that leaves us. Attributes, agility 0.37. Weight 10. Yeah, then we have age as well. Yeah. I need to think about this one because it has always been, it's felt natural for me to jump. Oh, where the hell is that one? Equip, consume, sit, jump. So the jump action, for instance, it has a jump force here. Jump force here, that's definitely something that I want to have as an attribute. But if we have jump force as an attribute, okay, let's say that we have a creature that can jump. So it has the action jump. When we instantiate an instance of that creature, we might want to generate like one specific instance of it might jump a little bit lower and one might jump a little bit higher. So we need to generate these values in the creature awake. But when we generate them, we also need to apply them to... either we apply it or our action fetches it. Maybe the fetch tactic is better. So we centralize all attributes to attribute handler. That's where we define them. But it feels a little bit weird during setup. So where do we have action jump? There. Instead of defining this one here, we do jump force. Stop. Host dot attribute handler get attribute type. Do we have attribute type dot attribute definition? Yeah, we get them by definition. So then we're gonna have to do game data manager attribute definitions jump force, something like this. That doesn't feel very good, does it? Or we could define it as jump setup, private attribute definition, jump force definition, and do it like this. Dot value. This is where I would love to have this one as an enum. But like, I'm wondering, it feels... maybe. Instead of defining... yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, it's probably for the better to have it centralized. Just gonna have to work on the way we get and set them. Enums would be beautiful. Okay, but this seems to work. A very simple... I'm gonna wait for this one. And then but I wonder what would happen if we add an action to a creature and then we don't add the corresponding attribute to the creature. Then that creature can't do the action even though we have the action. It feels a little bit unclean. Okay. Our first creature, Sten. It won't be able to consume equip. It will be able to focus. It won't be able to hold. Maybe inspect. Not jump, lie, place, or sit. And not terraform. Honestly, it won't be able to do much at all. Creature Sten. It will be able to, what did I say? Focus and inspect. But that's about it. And then I also wonder, we're going to want to add some default attributes to attribute handler, so age, for instance. But, so when we instantiate a new creature that is outside of the garden and enters it, it's going to have an age when we instantiate it, and maybe we want to randomize it like this as well. A creature will have a max age and a minimum age. Okay, we're going to look into it. I just need to run AFK real quick first, so be right back. Okay, back. Let's see. So sometimes we want to generate it. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we want to generate it from these attribute generators. Sometimes we want to generate it from... But this is probably going to be when a creature appears initially from outside the garden, I reckon. Let's see, let's add... So the age we define here, age is in seconds here. Probably gonna need to add... I wonder if we can do something, if we can have some nice string formation here. We'll get to it eventually. So age. Yeah, we definitely need to be able to format this in a nicer way. These as well. I wonder if we could define that in our scriptable objects. That would be amazing. I don't know. I'm wondering here as well. Okay, this looks good. Like, I'm thinking, okay, this is a very static creature, this first one. But what kind of needs might we specify for this one? And actions. Like, do we have an action? Inspect and focus. I guess if it's a static creature like this, the only need it's gonna have is boredom, I suppose. But if it's able to inspect something, if it has something in the near vicinity it can inspect. Okay, but what we're gonna do now is I need some way to make these appear. Like, I would like to be able to format these strings in a better way. And of course, we could just remove some decimals, but I think we want to do it differently per attribute. So age, for instance, I would probably want to, I don't know if it's possible, but like format it in such a way that we get seconds, minutes, and hours. Let's see. I'm wondering if it would be possible to do it by a format string here, or not here, but here, or if we should just make unit into, I don't know, an enum, and then we choose the unit here, and then we have some enum functionality. might be the better option. Let's see. Format float to string. What options do we have? Beautiful. Wow, this is fucking great. I don't think this is enough for what we want. Um, wonder if a unit enum here would be the best, but feels like that should be something that already exists. Okay. Although I wonder, attribute... Do we want to put it as an attribute unit? Maybe. But that means that, let's see here. Age unit, yeah, we change this one to time or something like that. Wait. This one I have no idea. Percentage or something like that. Let's try it and see where we end up. Oops, not attribute unity, but attribute unit. They like time. What is it? Yeah, time, and then we have mass. What more do we have? We do have area and volume, but I wonder if they... Area, volume. And this one should be volume. And then we have mixes, so this one is volume. Volume per second. I wonder how detailed do we need to be? How detailed do we want to be with these attributes? time mass. Length. Anything else? These I don't really know what I want to measure in. These as well. It feels like all of these are going to be percentage based. Just normalize or something. Same with these actually. I don't know if none, maybe we want to change this one to default or normalized. And then we have some specific here. These are a bit more specific, and then we're gonna have things like time divided by area, or area divided by time. I think we want to have this as a unit, but I'm not sure yet. I have to think about that. I think this is good start. Attribute unit. Attribute definition. So instead of having a string unit here, we do attribute unit. And oops. To, or return empty here as well. Get short string. yeah, for now we're just gonna put it like this. But most importantly, I want to have something like public static string format. This attribute unit, and then we have float value. So we normalized, probably just going to return, let's see here, this is where we want to use this one. Can we just do... E2. Can we do normalized? Here we just do value dot to string f2. Time, we're gonna do a lot of things. Probably same with length. I don't know. Format. Format as presentable. We'll see. I'm gonna have to run now, unfortunately, but I think a good progress for a first day implementing creatures. It's gonna be heavy on attributes tomorrow as well, I think. And might also spend some time on doing a simple stone model. We'll see what we feel like, but the focus is going to be creature, and we're slowly but surely going to move forward with the implementation by implementing more and more difficult creatures. That's the idea, at least. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.